It's me, the totally real fox. Hello, Gibbous. Hello, Cash. Hello, Bampaticha. Heterochromia. Oh my god, it's homophobic. Yes! Congratulations to Bamps, you figured it out. It is indeed a subliminal game. This is how I'm gonna look for like the day because it's April Fools. April Fools. I'm a real fox. I'm a real fox. And you guys can thank Maki for quickly doing up this image for me because she loves me a lot. Um. Yeah. Okay. So a little bit of backstory on Subliminal before I start going. Oh, I gotta send Jerry the. It's gonna be a little bit of like a real quick recap on this game before I get right into it, because it is a pretty. It takes about 3 hours to get through a single route. It's 4 endings, so 5 hours I believe is standard for to get every ending, because you don't need to go through the whole game multiple times. Uh, so I started following this game way back when it was initially announced back in 2020. It has been almost six. Damn, Fugu. It has been almost 6 years since this game was released or was announced. Through that, it's gone through multiple betas and multiple design changes. Gross. A lot of people, I'm gonna warn you right now, a lot of people don't like this game. A lot of it were early patron subscribers like me. I love this game. I personally love it. But a lot of people didn't like the game because it wasn't what we were initially promised. And that's fine. I like it for what it is, and I really hope you guys do too. We're starting from like the very, very, very beginning so that you guys can like get a sense of it. So while I yap. Oh, okay. I do have to set it to graphics. Order this. Apply. 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 Reset. Okay. Okay. So I got the game for quote unquote free. I was a subscriber during their key give outs towards the end of last year. They gave out keys to anybody who had been subscribed for at least a month. I have been subbed on and off. And I did sub that last month so I could get my key like I was promised. So I will be getting a key. I did get a key for episode 1. There's a second episode that's coming out within 2 years, and I will be getting a key for that too. And as soon as I get the key, I will be streaming it for you guys. That one we'll do together. I wanted to play through this first so that I had a sense of feeling and direction on how well this was going to run before the stream. And that was a really good idea because some of these puzzles are hard. Let me just this is a very audio oriented game. I would suggest wearing headphones if you can. If not, that's fine. I have my settings set up in a specific way. If it is too dark for you to see, let me know. I will bump the gamma up. But the settings are set up for my monitor. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else. Yeah. I'm surprised Bam's figured it out. I'm surprised at least one of you guys figured it out. Was it the bouncy house? Did the bouncy castle give it away? So, if my frames start dropping like crazy, let me know. I'll swap to my backup image, which is literally just an image of a box. I forgot to post on Twitter. I kind of like sat down and got ready. Let me make sure all my settings are right. Subtitles on so you guys can hear. In terms of immersion, interactive, special, audio 4. Okay, so this game does have camera shake. If you guys want me to turn it off, let me know now. Otherwise, it's staying on. The camera gets all wobbly, so if you have motion sickness, I'm going to need to know. Sorry, I'm making my tweet right now. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Now, I did forward in. Oh, it's just horrible. I did forward the stream to a developer I had been talking to, the lead director. So they may pop in. If they do, give them a quick hi. Let's see. What am I missing? Keep brake instruction off. All right. I am very excited for this. I'm excited to show you guys this game because even though it's very, very different from what it was initially was in the beta, I still think they did a wonderful job on this game. And I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. Yeah. We're gonna start here. Hopefully this is heard properly. Dom's house.
Hello. I am you. Or rather, a particularly articulate aspect of you.
Look at that detail on that, guys.
Your conscious. Your sense of direction. That faint voice on your shoulder that whispers,
he's gonna talk for a bit.
That slice of cake is a bit unnecessarily wide. That's all from me. Though, admittedly, sometimes you don't listen. But that's all right. We're a team, you and I. A slightly disagreeable team at times, but a team nonetheless. Now, I imagine you're feeling a tad disoriented. Uncertain, possibly. Like a sock that's lost its pair in the dryer of existence. But not to worry. This is perfectly normal.
I didn't even know this was trash can last time.
Your name is Caleb. And this vast void of nothingness that we're currently floating in is your mind. It's not always empty, of course. We're just doing a bit of maintenance at the moment. And actually, that's
Maintenance.
precisely why you're here. You see, sometimes our mind can get a bit gummed up, running low on that pure, uncomplicated joy that makes life worth it.
This is a new thing. I didn't see this last time.
Or rather you,
wait, can I go
pop
down the
in
slide here?
and give it a small infusion of joy. A nudge, really, to get the gears of our mind back into motion. How do we get that joy? I'm glad you asked.
Yeah!
While it might seem empty here at the moment, there are in fact little momentary bits of happiness tucked away all around us in our memories. And that's precisely where we're going. To go capture that very essence of joy. How do we access these memories? Another great question. It's quite simple. All you need to do is focus. Maybe there's a specific plant you remember from your parents' bedroom. Or perhaps that faint smell of chlorine from a day at the water park. Focus on that, and suddenly you might find yourself in the middle of that very park again. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There are a few precautions we should go over. I see you've centered your attention on our childhood basement. This is a great start, but not exactly what we're looking for. Our memories here and their corresponding feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and soul-crushing guilt are rather inconvenient. So, while I find a way to properly reorient onto our designated path, please find a way to occupy yourself. I'll be back momentarily.
This is heavy. So we've got some books here. We got Hello Walter with a balloon. Trash Panda? Where? Is it Trash Panda? Where is the Trash Panda? We got The Multicolored Fish. Green ham and cheese. Oh! Those should be off, actually. This should not be. Yeah, this is for, what's the game? It's for, this rabbit game I've got. Yeah. This is the new game. What is it called? It's here.
Might I suggest watching some television?
Shut up, subconscious. I'm looking for the game. Oh, the rabbit hole. That's what it's called. It's called the rabbit hole. Weird. I can't turn it off. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay. Cool. There we go. Alright. It should be off now. There we go. Okay. Okay. We got a little barn here. Where are we at? We got Duck Duck Pow Pow. I think it's the Boom Chicka Pow Pow. I think the original book is. That one's Green Eggs and Ham. This one's the Rainbow Fish. Hello Moon, I believe is the name of this rabbit book. This clock is creepy. We got some crayons over here. Is this one of those sound things? I don't remember. Got some Mega Blocks. One of those block puzzle fiends from the doctor's office. You know the ones. Is that an apple? Apple. Dino Nuggy. No, it's not a Dino Nuggy. That's a rhinoceros. One of my favorite little aspects of this room in particular is the ceiling. I actually lived in a room just like this as a kid. Kinda. Like my house was kind of just like this with the popcorn ceiling and the carpets and everything. Ooh! I just want to be happy. Got 3 L's. We got a Y. Any other magnets? I assume there's another magnet somewhere. I assume. Tamagotchi? Like, I'm pretty Maybe it's just those 3? Oh, wait! What's this? Ooh. We're gonna do Y. We got lice. We got Y. We got Lyle. Kyle, but it's spelled in that like white woman unique way. What else can we spell? We can spell all. We can spell ale. We can spell. Whoa, turn the TV on. We can't spell Bill. Come on, let's spell Bill. Bill. We can spell. Lily. The fuck? Huh? The hell was that? I didn't know that would happen. I'm gonna be whoa. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. This is the first time I noticed those magnets on the floor. I had played the hell out of this game yesterday. So that's new. I don't know what that was. So maybe we'll find out later. I do know this. I do remember from the demo. This we're gonna hit up. I don't know. You think Winters might be here? Caleb. Ooh. Happy Meal toy. I'm gonna put this in. Who's that? 35. Didn't draw. Samsung. Hey yo, we got the Nintendo, the non-Tendo us. The legally distinct Wii console. Poppers, we got a good boy here, and a good boy here, and a good boy here, and a good girl, and 2 pretty kitty cats. C and L. Caleb, and I guess Lily. A sister, maybe? And a drum. Okay, so he may not tell us this, but if Jerry pops in, he may not tell us this, but I'll tell you it. I'll give you a secret. These are all actual old TV clips. These are old little clips from my TV ads and stuff. So I think that's pretty cool.
I'm sure it's nothing. Here.
Alright, this is where the road game starts. We did everything we can here.
It seems we unfortunately don't have as much time as I'd hoped. We'll need to pop over to a different, happier memory rather soon.
Happier?
I imagine you're feeling a bit unsettled.
Not really.
But please don't
That
worry.
clock's unsettling. I hate this
These
thing.
knocks are just
Screw that.
little intrusive thoughts. They're not real in any capacity, only little flickers of our imagination. And it looks like we're going to play a little precautionary game. Quite a simple one, really. Just listen to the doors on either side of this room, and if one starts to creep open, hurry over and close it.
I'm sorry for the tearing.
Just a little
It's
game
a
of focus.
side effect of Unreal Engine and
You've got
Borderless
this.
full screen. It's not something I fix. And I need it in Borderless full screen so I can hear you guys. It's flap 4. That's what I thought. Maybe we'll get jump scared here. I'm really good. I played the demo so much, I'm basically a master at this damn
To prevent us
at
from
this
slipping
section.
any further, please ensure this memory stays fully and entirely illuminated.
I'm a master at this section, so. Oh, you got it? The overpriced Neko figure? Oh, there is some. There's a model that keeps disappearing, and it's not anything like bad. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. On you go. Wait, was that a doll? Actually, no, I'm curious. Huh! That's a doll. I actually did not know that was in there. Cool, we're done.
Wonderfully done, Caleb. Unfortunately, it appears
Oh.
this memory is still exhibiting signs of unpleasantness, discomfort, and existential dread. So, rather than dealing with all this mess now, why don't we take a stroll around and try to focus on something else?
I'm going up here. Put a light switch in here. It's actually gonna be cool. Ooh, switch. What do you think, chat? Should we flip the switch? It's ominous. It's red. It says erase. It could do very bad things. Bam says erase, so we shall erase.
Oh! Caleb, I can see you're curious, but please, let's not interact with any more mysterious switches.
Erase. Red balloon. Ooh.
Let's not waste time. We have so many joy-filled memories waiting. Ah, what a lovely painting.
So this way used to be a shortcut somewhere else.
Imagine all the time and effort that went into making that painting look just how it does now. It'd be a shame if it went unnoticed.
Got a TV over here.
Let's not waste time. We have so many joy-filled memories waiting.
Can't see. There we are. Close the door behind us for safety. Let's take a look here. Bink. Woo! New area.
Here we are. Welcome to our memory of the waterworks.
I'm gonna show you guys a few. I'm gonna show you guys a few really cool details about this area. After these ads. That's a snorkel, actually. That's new. What the hell is that? Your child says for those. Smiling toy. Ah! All that bad brick is going. I'm gonna grab my chips. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. Are you back from the ads? Are we back? I think we're back. Okay, cool. Bet. Alright. So I did find this while I was like looking around while you guys were on the ad break. I don't know what these collectibles do or if they have any special purpose. I just know that they're really cool. So I'm going to start showing you guys some really cool things and what my personal favorite part about this game is. So, from the very start, even from the betas, you could tell the atmosphere was a really big part of the game. And this remains true even in this version. One of the... Oh, that's so loud. Hold on, let me... This is probably going to be really loud. I'll let me there. We got these slides. One of my favorite things is the way that these noises, the sound, the ambient sound effects. There's a name they called it.
Ah, Caleb, you found it.
Oh, yeah.
This is our memory meter. It tracks all those perfect little pockets of joy we experience and stores them for us. The more we explore, the more we focus on all that joy, the more this meter will fill. When the meter's full,
once we get,
means we've successfully re-experienced all the joy that.
Once we get better access to the waterworks, I'll show you one of the really cool sound effects I like.
Rush. Just keep your eyes open. This joy has always been here.
The detail is astonishing. You got like the little meter. Like, let's see. Caleb is about 52 inches. We got the safety clubs. We got this. I would personally take a look at the eyes while I do this. Oh yeah, that's right. He stares at you. What's up, buddy? You guys can't even see the expressions I'm making. They got a fuck over my face. Up we go. The water. The sound of rushing water, the sound of going up these steps, the wet slapping noises of bare feet on the stones. I've never been to an indoor water park, but I've been to the outdoor ones, and they did have slides like this. If you'd like to know, Caleb is 62.8 pounds. For those of you that use Imperial, that's about 28.5 kilograms. Button. Ready? Here. We got some. You have to write this twice for something. Whee! Nerf isn't really important. It's more of like a little nitpick. These didn't loop when I was a kid. Maybe there were models that did, but I had never personally been on one that looped.
Wonderful. We've got our first few ticks on our memory meter. Ah, Caleb, I'm sure it's still lovely, but there are more memories waiting. We can loop back around for this particular one again later.
Oh, he said no. He denied me. That's okay. We got other things to explore. Like that. We're gonna hit the switch real soon, but first, this. This is one of my favorite parts about like the game. The way that the water distorts when you're underneath it. That muffled sound that you would get. Hi, yes, can you tell that this game makes me very nostalgic? And there's a big reason why I love it. Okay, let's hit the switch.
Ow! Oh, Caleb, please, try to be more careful with what you touch.
And now we're hearing some static. Can we hit the... Oh, we can. I took away the slide. Oh!
You see, this is precisely the muck I'd spoken of earlier. Old, rotten, much like that sandwich you've left forgotten in the back of your fridge. There's no real danger to it, of course, but it is unfortunately quite unpleasant. Certainly not the kind of thing we want crowding this lovely memory.
We're gonna wash it.
Why don't you get this washed off?
I'm going through a string of achievements just because there are things I can do now. It'll get washed eventually. What's the trigger? What's the trigger? Oh!
Ah, yes, all right. That's quite enough.
There we go.
You unfortunately seem to be still somewhat distracted.
I had to leave.
But we can fix this. Please continue directly toward the large secondary slide tower.
Oh, this is the lazy river. I love lazy rivers. My favorite. No diving, 3 feet.
Wonderful choice, Caleb.
Wonderful choice. And where's this guy? That's what I thought. Up we go up the stairs. I want this red slide.
Don't worry about that. It's just a little mess. Why don't you try out this green one instead?
I want the red slide. Yes, I have to try. Can't jump over this. No? Damn. Alright. Alright guys, it's gonna get a little dark. Yippee!
looks like we have diverted slightly. There seems to have been a minor error, but not to worry. Please direct your attention over to the green illuminated exit sign hanging over the stairs. We have maintenance to tend to, and far brighter memories to experience. Let's get going.
Did they? Oh, did they just push a patch? I got the Discord on it. Sorry, I was just reading the notification from the Subliminal server. I'm getting notification. Sorry, I don't know if Jerry's in here, so I'm asking him directly. I don't see it. Um. Okay. I don't see a patch. So I'm assuming the notification I got was just explaining what the upcoming patch is going to contain. Ugh, there's so many issues. There it goes. Red tone. Very nice design. Oh.
It would seem we've inadvertently drifted into a section of our memory that our mind has chosen to set aside. Our mind does this occasionally to protect us from the memories and experiences it deems rather non-essential. Think of it as a sort of cognitive guardrail, designed to keep us seated firmly in our reality. Fortunately, it appears we've now stumbled over the edge. But not to worry. Nothing here is ever truly shut out. Our mind always leaves a little key tucked under the proverbial doormat.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a little quirk with the particular setting and this. I imagine it's going to be fixing in this upcoming patch. So right now I have puzzle hints on. When I turn it off, the hint for this puzzle disappears. Now, I already know the answers to this puzzle. I've gone through this before. The problem is, if you want a more immersive experience, this key right here is actually pretty... This hint right here is actually a pretty big one. It's critical, and you can't progress unless you know what to specifically look for. In this case, it would be the colored slides and the number next to it. Like, green is 1, red is 2. So the code to this lock right here would be 2112. Okay. Sorry, Jerry got back to me. Okay, cool. I was right. It's a prelim for the patch. Now, that's not to say that. Want you out? Huh. That's not to say that it's a particularly bad choice. Eventually, just by throwing in numbers, you would figure out the code to the lock. I think it's a bug, something with the hints just going through. Actually, yes, it is a bug. I do remember them discussing that it was a bug where some of the more critical puzzle hints were caught up in that setting when they weren't supposed to. So I'm hoping that this next patch fixes it. More ping zones of interest. I hear things through here. Ooh! It's up and open. A ribbon. Remember. I wonder who it really is. I'm gonna take this. We got a flashlight here. This is an important tool that we'll use later on.
Caleb, please, no, not there. This isn't where we need to go. Why don't we go back up the stairs? Back to all the fun.
We'll check this out later. We're gonna follow what he says from now. Open this door. Smile.
Excellent, Caleb. Now, let's get going.
My intentions are all over the place. I should mention this. I really like the. Wait, what? Huh? Huh. I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think it's supposed to, like, keep doing that. It's little things. Now that I'm actually taking my time and going through this, instead of making sure that the whole game runs smoothly and properly for stream, I'm noticing little things that I'm like, I feel like it shouldn't work that way, but also it's not a big enough deal for it to actually matter. I still, just little things I notice. Yeah, oh yeah, it's moldy.
We're unfortunately a bit deeper than I anticipated. No matter.
We're gathering happiness here. I've got tutorial hints off, so I am trying to explain a little bit about what I'm doing. Things that would otherwise not be explained, even with the hints on. Because I've noticed.
Oh, come on, Caleb. We have so much more ahead of us.
I didn't notice this
What's
either.
next is worth it. Let's keep going.
Oh, hey, it's another ribbon. Okay, are these? I'm starting to think that these ribbons are important because this is the third one I found. I'm starting to think that these ribbons are actually kind of important. This is the third one I found. Two of which I already didn't know were there. So now I'm wondering. I'm gonna pull this away. Game doesn't really. I feel like it should explain that there isn't really a limit to to the distance you could be from an object that's interactable with the light. That's something you kind of figure out on your own by trial and error. The red outlines means that things are draggable. It explains it in the tutorials. I just don't have tutorials on. Does this door go anywhere? No. We're gonna pop this light over. That goes, oh, right, that goes to the gate. What does this cable lead? Up to the door. And this one should be the gate. I don't remember how I figured this puzzle out at first. I think I was just moving things around, and I just so happened to get this barrier in the right spot. And then I connected the dots and went, oh, that makes sense. Or I stepped in front of the beam. It was either I stepped in front of the beam and noticed that it didn't activate the switch anymore when I was in front of it because I was blocking line of sight. Or I was moving this barrier around and just so happened to put it in the right spot while I was testing configurations. One of the two. Either way, that is another thing that I feel should be better explained, but can also kind of be inferred if you're messing around like I did. That the light needs a direct line of sight to these switches in order to activate them. Can I close the door? The fluorescent lights. Ooh.
It appears you've caught yourself in a memory loop. This happens occasionally when the mind gets a tad overstimulated and momentarily forgets exactly what comes next. But no need to worry. By doing something out of the ordinary or unexpected, we should be able to break the cycle and pop ourselves right back on path.
Oh, I got two things. I got one here. I got neither of these are fun. Up here, getting rid of the tails. Down here, getting rid of this. Because I keep getting like notification on my phone. Instead, something unexpected. Please walk. So we're gonna run.
It seems you're having a bit of trouble. But it's okay. We've been here before, haven't we? A little nudge, something unexpected, should be enough to interrupt the loop and steer us back on course.
Okay, so I don't know if there's one. Okay, so the actual solution to this puzzle is this fire alarm right here. You pull it, and then the loop is done. I feel like running should be an alternate solution since there are signs here that say please walk.
We're now fully re-established on our intended course and should be back in the waterworks.
But I do like the fire alarm because that is something that you wouldn't normally do. Like a normal person wouldn't look at a fire alarm and immediately pull it. It's unorthodox, it's out of the ordinary. It makes enough sense to get you out of that mind. Which, fun fact, is also a very good way to break somebody out of like. I've heard it's a pretty good way of breaking somebody out if they're like having a breakdown, is saying or doing something really unexpected to snap them out of it. Like, you say something completely weird, or you ask an odd question. It'll snap the person out of whatever they're going through because they had to stop and think, wait, what did they say? Just neat little things that I noticed due to just how the game is set up and how it's very much a focus on how Caleb's mind is. Because there is definitely something going on here.
Wait, that can't be right. The break room. Yes, the break room. I'm certain that's the way we went before.
That's right, huh? What the? Yeah, was that just pushed forward?
That's just drainage access, Caleb.
I hear something, and I know it's like a speaker, but I'm wondering if that noise is like speakers or if it's Caleb's mind telling us something not right about areas. I'm not entirely sure what that buzzing is.
It appears we've experienced a minor navigational error. We seem to have skipped forward. However, this memory does appear to be quite full of joy, and should in fact be the perfect place to continue filling up our memory meter.
This dude. I also really like the sound of this. So these are foam. These are foam, and I do like the way that it dampens the sound of your footsteps. Oh, balloon.
Welcome to Walter.
Welcome to Walter.
Balloon, but an integral and fundamental part of our childhood. I'm sure you remember the countless
Give
times
me the balloon.
he's personally helped lift our spirits after a rather long day. In a moment, you'll get to actually hold him again. But please take caution, as even though he's always played a crucial and irreplaceable role in our childhood as our sole unwavering companion, he is rather delicate and requires the utmost care and
He's
restraint.
our sole companion. Then who's this Lily character? Also, I like his face. When I saw him for the first time, I was like, oh, he's adorable. Like, look at his face. I think it's like a child drew on him. Meet Walter. I actually, I'm a fan of this art, but also it's very unsettling. Almost like the creature is being forced to smile. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but the creature looks very uncomfortable with like the fact that they're smiling. Almost like they don't want to smile. These little cameras. Ah, yes, the cameras that are put there to totally give you the sense of being watched, but not actually. Um, what's up, Walter? What's up, Walter? Thank you for your input, Walter. That's a nice saloon music. Can we actually go through this door? Or do I need the light? Sky's the limit. Oh, wait, what? Am I going to this door? Did I miss something? Alright, this isn't even like me feigning. Oh, this is even me feigning confusion. That was me actually being confused. I completely missed that light. I thought it was. For whatever reason, I remembered that light over there being down this hallway. Okay. So, we're gonna solve the water portion of this puzzle because we already have him. Because I went down the door a little earlier. So, this is another puzzle that's kind of. Right. This is another one of those puzzles that a lot of people had some problems with. Put that switch.
Oh, Caleb, what are you doing?
Caleb! This is another puzzle a lot of people had issues with. Not because it was necessarily hard. It is kind of a...
Not to worry.
It is kind of a difficult puzzle. However, it is, in fact, because of a mechanic that I'm about to show you. Pull this light here. Pull this here. It's these blue lights. They didn't... A lot of the puzzles can be complicated. I did personally get stuck a couple of times during my first playthrough. This one I already know. I'm gonna pull that. Okay. It's these blue lights right here. So, they're on a timer. Which made this part kind of frustrating. Because your natural selection would be to light this... turn this light on, run over here, and then turn this light on. And the problem would be with that solution, and the natural thought process is that by the time you hit this light, this one would already be turned off. It would already reset. It's a great puzzle. I love this puzzle. It is a good one. Because it forces you to stop and think about how can I keep this door open and this switch illuminated. And you wouldn't stop to think about line of sight with the light. Because it is an earlier mechanic that does seem kind of inconsequential. Like a little, oh, this light does that. And when you're looking at it from here, you don't really see that the light could go in if the door's closed. And this is a neat... I'm having trouble articulating why this puzzle was initially so difficult until people started doing it and starting to explain. Yeah, some people just straight up don't think about the puzzles. There. Okay, we open this up. So the light's done. We're turning the narrator back off because I was some of these puzzles are difficult. Yeah, no, I didn't look anything up. I did pop into the server and ask questions because there's a puzzle help channel and there's a spoiler channel. So I did ask a couple of questions when I got stuck. There's going to be... So there's one... I'm going to say this right now. There's one more switch that we need to pull to get an ending, but I'm not going to pull it because there's a puzzle I want to talk about. And it was genuinely one of the most frustrating puzzles I had done in this game.
We've made it to the play place.
It's not one that soured my experience, but it was definitely one that I went, how was anybody supposed to figure that specifically out? I know one of the devs that's watching the stream. It's Jerry, I think. Jerry, yeah, the link. But the devs already know about the frustrations with this particular puzzle. But it's one I want to talk about because it is
the phonometer.
Thank you.
A perfect stop on our joy-filled journey.
It is a particularly...
Unfortunately, it seems to be momentarily unpowered. But, given your demonstrated proclivity for resolving unexpected challenges, I'm sure you can figure it out.
Oh, I see. Okay, so users talked about after they turned on these switches, that they thought they had to, like, grab these blocks from the pit and put it in a gun and then shoot it in here, because that's this puzzle. That's later. You'll see it. Which again, very valid because the details are there. Back to the puzzle I was talking about. Again, I do want to talk about it because it was a particularly frustrating one for me. Specifically because of the way that it was handled. Still a pretty good puzzle when you stop to think about it, but one that I wouldn't have gotten unless I had asked to be pushed in the right direction. This one's relatively easy. Follow the cables. There's one up here. There's actually two up here. There's two alternate ways to get to one of these switches. More of that mold stuff. There's two alternate ways to get to the switch I'm heading to. This is just the way I'm doing now because it's the one I'm here. So, put that on. That's 3, so we're gonna head back. It's a great puzzle still, but definitely one of the more frustrating ones. That one, the puzzle I'm thinking of later than one, and I think one other one also had me pretty stumped. Because the information was there, but my brain wasn't quite making the connection. Now, I can solve this puzzle right here because I already know the answer, but we're gonna go look at the TV. I think it's a puzzle shortly after this room. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's shortly after this room. Again, more of this. Watch. You're gonna see me. See, I remember this commercial. I remember that ad. That's Pillow Pets right there. That was Floam, I think it was called.
Hi, I'm just popping in to let you know. Don't be afraid to have some fun.
Thank you.
We're here to collect
the allergies. That's a fair.
Go let loose.
That
Check
one's
around,
beanbag
just
toss.
make sure you do all of that inside our carefully constructed
If I remember,
maintenance path.
Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no clue what the bingo balls were supposed to be. I don't think it's related. I think it's just a little bit more of like a, oh, here's this thing. Here's this thing. Here's a little bit of a neat little Easter egg. Oh, these light up too. So we're gonna head up here and solve this tic-tac-toe puzzle. I saw a lot of people express frustrations with this puzzle as well. That one person, it struck me personally as odd that people had issues with this puzzle because it was pretty straightforward in telling you, oh, it's tic-tac-toe. Because there's an ad that straight up says tic-tac-toe on it. What got me was...
Wonderful. Excellent work, Caleb.
Again, damn it. What got me was, initially, was the orientation. I knew that it was diagonal this way. I initially thought it was circles, so I made these all X's. Then when I went back to go check, nothing had changed. Then I took a look at the Oolong Tea clip again and noticed that they were red. My immediate thought process after seeing that again was maybe it's binary. I don't know why my brain immediately went, oh, think of it in terms of binary. Red is X, white is O. Fuck! It's like right in my ear, it got me. Oh, that's all. Oh, great. So some of this initial thought process was you were supposed to like run down into into this ball pit, grab a cube, which by the way you can't grab a cube. It's not interactable, and then run back up here, stick it in this little chute right here, pull this, and then because there's an ammo counter there. I think it's just tries. The fuck? Oh, right. I don't really know how to beat this, so I'm just gonna give a theory. Are these tries? Ha! No, it's a reload. Gotcha. So you have to make sure you do it in a specific amount. Okay. That's neat. I like that. It doesn't end the puzzle if you miss the 3 shots. It just delays the amount of time that you say, whoa. Up here. There's an alternate way. It just delays the amount of... you just have to wait a bit for it to refill. I think that's really, really cool. It's not an outright punishment because it's still doable. You just have less time. See, because I missed that again. Let's just squeeze through here. Pop this, and then I think the last one was up top. Yeah. There we go, we're done. Okay, we're gonna look away from him. Oh, I didn't look away from him fast enough. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We get to the chase scene. Look at the chase. We're here. Chase scenes are kind of frustrating because it is a turn around, jump. Ooh! Because if you get stuck, you kind of have to like hope you're fast enough to escape him. He might grab me because I did screw up. Oh, yeah, I fell. I missed the turn. Oh yeah, there we go.
Ah, see?
Nothing
to worry over at all. Unfortunately, it seems our mind has become a bit preoccupied and allowed some of that existential
he'll be important later.
We're working
just
to
not now. I don't want to deal with him.
Seep into our currently focused memory. There's no need for alarm, of course. We'll get around to cleaning this up eventually. For now, let's take a slight discretionary detour and center our focus on something a bit more productive. Please follow the series of red illuminated arrows to
not important at the moment.
emergency exit.
He's not important. He'll be important later. I'm gonna send this in my group chat just in case somebody wants to watch. Okay, we're gonna take him because he's cute. I like him. He's very cute. I'm gonna go up here. Through here. Down here. Through here. Ah, yes! Ominously moving cubes. My favorite. Oh! Hi!
Ah, well, just in time, aren't we? A bit close for comfort, but we made it. I suppose now would be a great time to continue our discussion on those precautions that we skipped over earlier. You see, sometimes our mind can be a bit eccentric and imagine little scenarios that can get a tad dark.
Oh, yeah.
But these little intrusions are actually harmless and completely made up. Just like when you're at a crosswalk and have the sudden urge to step into oncoming traffic.
I did. It was great. Thank you, Abonase.
Nonetheless. Just little tangents.
That was an amazing idea. Maki had to ask me for a model so I could give her a reference.
So, for our purposes here, as we fill up our memory meter, it's best we stay away and set our focus on the joyful parts of our mind.
Okay, now that he's done talking, I'm going to explain. This guy isn't... It could be explained as an entity. He's called Smiley. We call him Smiley in the community. I think that's his actual name. I'm not sure. But Smiley's a cute enough name. As our subconscious just explained, he's something our mind is making up. Now, he doesn't outright say it, and the game also doesn't outright say it, but my main theory is that he's like a harsh reality. Something that our brain doesn't want to recognize. So it makes it up as like this scary monster guarding those unpleasant thoughts so that we don't look further into it. I guess you could say he's kind of like a deterrent, a way to block out potentially traumatic memories. Okay, one of my favorite sound effects. Just listen to this. Oh, I wish you guys could see the smile on my face. I love that sound effect so much. It's such a good one. Because
glaze, brother.
It is a great sound effect, thank you. If you could listen to it.
Fucking glazer. Sound effect glazer, bitch.
Sound effects glazer.
Find a hobby, bitch.
Maki's making fun of me. You guys can't hear her, right? You can't hear her making fun of how much I like that sound. It sounds like how I remember it.
Ah, it looks like we're here. Welcome back to the Waterworks.
Welcome back to the Waterworks. Oh, yeah.
Not to worry.
Links are blocked in the chat, so DM it to me.
Why don't you take a look around and find a way to get this unlocked? I'll be right here, silently cheering you on.
I think there's a light back here now. Yeah, there's a... Links are blocked in the chat on purpose because of bots. There are quite a lot of them. Down here, I think? I don't remember. Another, like, thing. So, I think... I don't remember if I saw this in the chat. If I did, it was probably a fleeting... It was probably, like, one of those fleeting messages from somebody. This mechanic that I'm about to show you is one that a lot of people also didn't have a whole lot of fun with. For a different ending. We'll get to that later. Oh, no. No, give him back. It's mine. Oh, right. It's not E, it's a click. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Alright. So, something that people didn't understand was this. Now, I feel like the natural conclusion should have been, oh, it's red. Maybe I can pull it like I could with the barriers. This one I did need help with because, like, at first... I was tired when I did the first playthrough of this game. Another thing it doesn't really explain to you is that the light has an infinite range as long as there's a... The devs explained this in the server, but as long as there's a clear line of sight with the light, you can pull from as far away as you like. It's on. We're gonna pull this all the way back here. So, this puzzle I know the solution to. I'm gonna explain why I feel like this one could be a little frustrating. I did hear that Queso absolutely hated this game. So that was actually kind of surprising, because from what I've heard, this man rarely hates on a game. Now, ooh! Can I not interact with this one? No. Can I back up here? Can I interact with this fridge? Lame. Maybe I can interact with one later. I'm gonna pull this. I hear he rarely doesn't like a game. Now, it's not to say that that's a bad thing. Like, it's okay to not like a game. Because not all games are made for everybody. I like this game. I mentioned it before, it's not what I initially thought it was going to be, but it also isn't necessarily bad. It still does really good with what it sets out to do. I have to pull it from here again. So, this is also one that people found kind of not... I guess the way that you could find it frustrating is that this light has to be in a very specific position to trigger a line to this switch right here. Oh shit! Now, this is a very clever puzzle. It requires a little bit of outside the box thinking, but I can also see why it would frustrate some people because the positioning is kind of finicky. It's a little precise. If you're too far off, it won't trigger. But there's no way of knowing exactly how that line of sight will work because the shutter's initially closed. I just set it up so I wouldn't have issues. I don't really know where it goes. Something here? Oh, something doesn't want. Okay. We're gonna pop this and then we're gonna run. We gotta run. We gotta run. We gotta run.
Wonderful. Please follow the illuminated arrows to our alternate destination.
Okay, like I said, so there's a door over here. I'm gonna show you the switch because the switch is over here. That's the switch we need to pull for a separate ending, but we're not gonna pull it specifically because there's a puzzle I want to talk about, like I said before. So we're gonna follow these arrows like our lovely conscious said. I'm gonna go down here. Now, this puzzle, a little warning, I'm gonna... Oh, really?
Oh, come on, Caleb. We have so much more ahead of us. Trust me. What's next is worth it. Let's keep going.
That scared the shit out of me. I wasn't... That's what I'm wondering. Who's Lily? I wonder if it's that elf figure. That scared me. that wasn't there before. I think it may have had something to do with me grabbing all of those scarves or ribbons or whatever they were. Before I got startled, I am going to warn you that my criticism of this puzzle is probably going to be a little harsh, only because it was one of the more frustrating puzzles I had. And I did need to be pointed in the right direction for me to figure it out. And even then, it was still kind of a particularly difficult puzzle. So, let's see. It's not this puzzle. This is something entirely unrelated. Towards the end. Thank you for the sub. Oh, hey, look, my thing's working again. Yay! Thank you for the sub, Aborase. I don't know if it's a tier 1 or like, I don't know what tier it is, but thank you for the sub regardless. I always appreciate it. Oh, it's this way. This area is kind of a little maze. I don't know what it's like. Something's down here, I believe. Yeah. C at Walt W. Walter? See, I think his L is Lily. You know what? That's funny. I thought I had like found everything. Oh, I got a back outbreak. Hold on. Why would you add breaks? I'm gonna chat with June. Sorry, I have a lesson. Well, I want to wait for everybody to come back for the ad break. Ad break is finishing now. I believe we are back from the ads. Okay. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, right. I thought I found everything in this game before streaming it for you guys. I'm really glad I didn't, because that means that you guys are getting a lot more genuine reactions out of me, like when I'm getting jump scared from things I already know were going to happen. But now I'm here wondering who Lily is and why our subconscious is so intent on not letting us know who she is. Whatever he's trying to keep us from. Ooh, bounce house. Wait, it's bouncy? It's bouncy! I didn't know it did that! I'm gonna get distracted from that. I didn't know it actually bounced. I have a feeling that Lily is whatever the subconscious doesn't want us to remember, and it's whatever happened, whatever traumatic experience happened for that entity to pop up in our mind, it had something to do with Lily. Pink bucket. Me when I'm in the back rooms and the rooms are back. Me when the rooms are pretty back. Or pretty backed up. Something when the rooms are backed. I don't know. There's a joke there. I'm not brain rotted enough to make the joke. I'm not brain rotted enough for that joke. Okay, let's see. We got universal bounce house rules. Inflatable attractions are high energy experiences. Participants will encounter rapid movements, sudden rebounds, shifts in balance, and occasional loss of orientation. Clear. For your own safety, you should be in good health before entering. Obviously, pregnant women or guests with heart conditions, neck, back, bone, or joint problems, high blood pressure, and or any... I'm sorry. Pregnant women or guests with heart conditions, neck, back, bone, and or joint problems, high blood pressure, and or any memories relating to the incident. The incident should not enter the incident. It's your fault. What's the incident? Yeah, but then they got him. What do you mean they got him? I don't like these clocks. Not in like a I hate them. I hate the way they're designed. And not in like a I hate the way they're designed kind of way. It's just that I hate these clocks. Like, watch. We look away for a bit, and there. Like, he's looking at us. And then you look back at him, and he's looking away. These clocks freak me out. I don't like him. It feels like I'm being watched, and I think that's the point. One. Blue. 2. Orange. Hey, no, come back here. The accident wasn't your fault. You had to... I don't know about that scene. I can't let go. 3. Why is this corridor dark? What the fuck was that? Well, green is 3. Yellow is 4. Okay.
Excellent. We've successfully arrived in our recollection of the bounce house. But it looks like we'll need to quickly address one last safety measure before we get fully established on our designated path.
Woo!
But I'm quite certain you'll find it entirely manageable.
Okay. So, this is one of the first puzzles. This isn't the puzzle that I specifically want to talk about. It's later on in this route. Don't forget to smile. But this is a puzzle that I do feel like it should still be talked about. Because this is one of the puzzles I saw people getting really frustrated with. Because the only hint you have for the puzzle is this.
Hi, I'm just popping in to let you know.
So, shush! Shush! I love your words of encouragement, but I do not need them right now. Is keycard, door. We can't do anything with that. And there's a key card here. Now, I know there's solutions to this puzzle, so I'm gonna gather it up and then. So I'm gonna do the puzzle, but I'm gonna explain. So, how do I explain this? How do I explain this? Because there's a particular reason why people had issues with this puzzle. I got it. Okay. So, the actual hint is the corridors. All the corridors have a number and a corresponding color. Like 3 is green, 4 is yellow, 2 is orange, 1 is blue. Now, these are important. There isn't a hint that tells you that these corridors are important. Really, most of what you've got are the multicolored shoe racks, which are coincidentally the same color as the corridors. And then this whiteboard over here that just tells you need a key card for the door. I needed a little bit of a nudge here as well to know what to look for. The answer here is...
I know at times it can be discouraging.
Is related to the shoe rack. But there's no indicator that it is directly related to the shoe rack, not even near the wall. And I feel as though if there was some sort of indicator that said that the shoe rack may be of importance, it would be better. It would be easier for people to solve. Because there's no indication that... Because if you just take the shoe rack... Even if you did connect the dots, which I'm sure a lot of people did, even if you just take one of these shoe racks where the answer would be 4... 4, 2, 2, 3... that wouldn't be the right answer. Like, you can watch, we can put it in right here and it won't be the right answer. 4, 2, 2, 3, and it does nothing. The actual answer is 8, 4, 4, 6, because the shoe racks work in pairs. There's nothing really telling you that that's how it works, even with hints on. It's not, the puzzle isn't designed poorly. I think what needs improvement would be... Do you get it, Cash? Like, there isn't any way that somebody looking at it just straightforward would be able to understand that you need to take into account both shoe racks rather than just one of them? Because they're identical. Almost exactly identical. They take up the same amount of cubby space with each color. And there isn't any way that... The puzzle is fine just as it is. It's a good puzzle. But I feel there needs to be a little bit of an extra little theme that points you in the right direction of what to look out for in terms of the walk combination.
Unfortunately, it looks like we'll need to momentarily...
If that makes any sense.
Please remain on course, retrieve the keycard, and promptly return back without any further unnecessary interruptions.
I really hope I really hope my stunted explanation of what I think that puzzle could, of how I think that puzzle could be improved, made sense. Okay. So the long and short of it is the shoe racks are important to the lock. But you need to take a look at the shoe racks in order to figure out the puzzle for the lock, and then take into account the colors in the hallways that you plastered before getting into that room. The problem with that is there isn't anything aside from a whiteboard that hints at a puzzle. So, no, anybody that kind of just like quickly ran through the hallway or needs a little bit more of a better push if puzzles aren't their forte wouldn't be able to understand that. I started playing this game on launch, like it dropped midnight last night. It dropped midnight yesterday, so I had played as soon as it dropped. And I was a little tired, so I didn't immediately get it. Looking at it now, I feel as though, yes, I probably would have gotten it. If I was a little more awake and lucid. But it does need a little bit of a push. You do need a little bit of a push in the right direction. And I feel like this was one a lot of people had to look up in order to figure out. There's a light in it. This is just not. Okay. This one actually did have me stuck for quite a bit. Again, not the puzzle I want to talk about, but still, this one did also have me stuck for quite a bit. This introduces a new mechanic. It's these purple lights. When you use the purple lights, so without the purple light, there's a gap here. You can't jump over it. You'll just die. You want... so when you turn on the purple light, the environment around you changes. That's a good thing. Now, what you aren't told, or maybe you are and I missed it, but what you aren't told is that these boxes play a part in the puzzle. Again, I love that you have to think outside the box for a lot of these puzzles. It's a good thing. Having the answers just spelled out for you isn't any fun. There's no sense of... I don't want to say reward, because there isn't particularly any, like, present or, like, achievement or item you get for doing these puzzles. You want to move forward, and you don't necessarily need a reward for completing these puzzles. There's nothing telling you that you can drag this box across that scaffolding, really, because you jump over it, you assume it's gonna fall. These holes look too big for this box at first glance. Things like that. The little things that people probably wouldn't notice. Or would notice and wouldn't immediately make the connection. This is like an easy thing. Oh, the door swings closed when I pull this light. I can use something to block it. That's a really, really easy thing to figure out. That takes almost no brain power, because you're like, oh, door closed. Pull something, find something to not have door close. That's standard closing door puzzles 101. But I think with the puzzle hints, I think the way it is right now is fine, because if you're messing around, like there is a decal here that says you can pull things. If you're messing around, you will eventually figure out, oh, hey, I can pull the block across this gap. Although, though with puzzle hints on, I feel like there should be at least a little hint or something here that says, "Hey, I can pull this across the gap." Oh, oops. Okay. Let's see anything else. This puzzle is also kind of. This chase scene is actually kind of fun. Okay. I think this is a chase scene where a lot of people's frustrations started to show after getting through that long corridor. Oh, right! I don't have my plushie. I can't throw it out. That's my bad. So around, I start running, okay. I do not mind this chase sequence. Only because after you've died and done it so many times, it kind of becomes second nature. Like that's it. That's the chase. It's really simple, although when you're in the middle of doing things and your thought process is, I need to get away from it, you're not gonna immediately notice the light, which is fine. And these are things that are fine. It's great the way it is. It's just that by the time you notice it, if you do take a little bit to notice the light and that you need to pull the gate up,
please immediately continue through the entrance door.
The entity's probably already on top of you. You do have enough time to get through that without any issues. Can I go through? But I do. This is something they already talked about that they were doing. Having a little bit of a longer buffer. I would like there to be a toggle if they do all around changes to the chase sequences for it to be like, do you want the new timer or the older timer? That would be a neat little addition. Or like a difficulty for the chase sequence. Because all of these chase sequences are doable. If you fail enough times and you figure it out, the chase sequences are very, very, very doable. So, oh well. They're doable. Okay, we're actually nearing the part where I'm talking about it. No!
Well, it appears that your wandering attention has inadvertently caused a critical destabilization in our memory meter. However, rest assured, we come prepared for this.
Sure.
Please continue through the unmarked door to your right.
Oh, is there anything else here? No, but I do like that camera thing now. I hate those cameras. They're awful. Little nitpick, but I don't like that the grime on the door disappears when you open it. That's a little nitpick. When I first saw it, it jarred me. I was like, wait, hold on, is that a texture error or is that on purpose? But I'm pretty sure it's a Z fighting issue. Or it's like a clipping error with the texture. Little nitpick, something inconsequential, but nonetheless, something to know. I hear a fire alarm. Tiles. I do like the feeling of the paint. This game, the environments are very detailed. You can definitely, as you're looking at it, you can definitely tell there was a lot of love put into the environments and the visuals. Because you can see the paint peeling, like how the paint's coming up in layers. The way the carpet looks.
Wait. No. Please immediately
The
redirect
ambient
yourself
lighting.
to the staff access hall.
What else? What else? Doors, things like that. The popcorn ceiling looking very popcorny. Like you can just reach up there and pop those bumps off like I used to do. Because I slept in one of those loft beds, so I could reach my ceiling. I was just down with the with my finger. I did that a lot as a kid when I was like 8. I lived in Maryland. I used to live in Maryland, and our house had popcorn ceilings. And I had a loft bed, so I'd look up and I just on the ceiling, and I'd pop and I'd bring down on like the little popcorn parts. It was fun. I like these baking with like Pepsi machines. Maki's over here listening to me delays in fucking games. Wow!
I'm busy talking about Xenos' big fat ass. And also about the fact that my son's running out.
Yeah, I'll follow you. Okay.
Unfortunately, you've become quite
Okay.
distracted. I do have to remind you that these lingering feelings of guilt and emptiness are nothing to worry about. But I can see you're not going to listen. So, before we continue our experience, we're going to need to make a slight detour.
Oh, you said it. You said the thing. He said the episode name. Okay. So I'm gonna stay silent as soon as she starts monologuing because it is kind of I wouldn't say a big story point, but it is very much important information for the overarching themes of this game. Once she starts talking, but before that, I lost my train of thought. I didn't remember what I was going to say. This next part's really nice. It's
Since you have a
in
moment,
the way of
I'd like to quickly draw a parallel between your subconscious and that sandwich I'd mentioned
in the
before.
way of
You see,
subconscious.
much like the mold on that sandwich, if given the opportunity, this rot will begin to spread, continuing to seep in and fester until it eventually consumes everything we hold dear. While the complete and total collapse of your perceived reality may sound distressing, I can assure you there is absolutely no cause for concern. In routine, simply staying focused on the joys of life renders that mold entirely inert. However, in the event you just can't seem to focus despite numerous polite and warm-hearted reminders, we need to take slightly more aggressive precautions.
Slightly more aggressive, so he sounded, I don't know if anybody noticed that, but he sounded pretty annoyed when he said polite and warm-hearted reminders. He sounded kind of
Please flip the shoot
annoying.
power switch and position yourself directly above the large red dot.
Large red dot. I'm gonna stand here and look. Ooh. We dropped into hell.
Now, we can
You went to hell.
finally get you going where you should have been headed in the first place.
Bro went to hell. Okay, how many collectibles is that? Okay, we're missing 3. I'm also gonna stay silent for this part because this is a pretty, just kind of if you've been paying attention to the story, it kind of brings along it together.
No. This can't be right. I've done everything right. I've corrected everything you've messed up, every mistake, every misdirection, every distraction you've entertained. I fixed it all! Why do you insist on defying me? Let's get you back on track. I'll return shortly.
Very, very much not happy with the fact that Caleb is kind of doing his own thing. Almost like he's trying to push us into a very specific direction. Away from the thoughts that are eating at Caleb's mind. Which I think furthers my theory of trauma. Bro is absolutely traumatized. This. Okay, this is the part, by the way. This is the part I was trying to find. Not this. This is easy. This is simple. It's shrimple. Okay. So this is the main puzzle I had issues with. I'm gonna pull this light because I do need it in order to show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay. So, over here, we have 4 distinct Hot Wheels cars. Their colors are red, blue, green, and yellow. We have another lock here. I actually forgot to go to that lock, so we're gonna have to do the puzzle anyways. We have a barrier here, and we have a couple. So the purple light turns on something. Purple light turns this on. It changes it changes environments. We can pull this barrier. And now we suddenly have something underneath. Pull this barrier, turn on the light, and now we have a light source over here. However, this changes. It's all crunchy. Fine, no big deal. The initial thought is having this red light illuminated and pulling it down. However, the gate up is blocking it, so you need a secondary light. That secondary light is in here. And in order to get in here, I just make up a feel about working. It's on. We're bug. My type of fuel's not working. I don't know why. It's not working right. Because this should be all blurry. Anyways, that's inconsequential. It's something not really important. Light's over here. In order to get there, you need this lock. Like, once again, 4 numbers. So you need to figure out how to get it. This puzzle had me stumped for a solid half hour. And I'm about to explain why. Okay, so there's nothing in here that really tells you this. And that's where my main issue with this puzzle is. Because unlike the shoe puzzle where there is very clearly at least an order to these things, and with enough messing around you'll eventually figure it out because the shoe rack colors match the hallway colors, and like numbers it's in that order, you match a number to the color. And then that color, if it's 1, that's the first number, 2, second number, so on and so forth. That, if you sit and think about it for a little bit, you'll eventually make the connection. This one was a little harder, and it stumped me for, again, a solid half hour. And the reason for that is because the solution to this, Hop Wings, is actually this mat right here. This mat is the solution. This mat's the puzzle. Now, I don't hate the fact that this mat is the puzzle. This is actually a really clever way of hiding the puzzle in plain sight. Again, I have hints on. I specifically have puzzle hints on for this. The problem is that aside from the cars, there's really nothing else in this little area that points you towards this map other than the fact that these don't have any color. They're grayscale, and that a lot of the sections on this map are also grayscale with splashes of color in between. So I'm going to start explaining. So we've got a red, blue, green, and yellow car. And we have a map with green, blue, yellow, red. The number of colored spaces corresponds to each car. So you can't see. Okay, so like, we'll take this green car because it's the easiest one to kind of do. Grass splotches count. So it's 1, 2, 3. This is one big splotch. And I think a lot of people kind of miss that or mess it up and didn't make the connection. This is one big splotch. So these are 3 splotches right here. 4th splotch. 5th splotch of green. This little flower bed doesn't count. It's part of the same group. 6. This also doesn't count right here because it's just a little road. It's one splotch. 7, 8, 9. So green is 9. So we're gonna throw green up here. 9. Hi, Blue Death. I'm explaining why this puzzle is kind of not... It's great, but also kind of really, really frustrating. And made me very upset last night. Because this was the first time I actually got definitively stuck and needed somebody to almost outright tell me what to look for.
It was gifted time to play.
Oh. Nice. I am being told that this puzzle is tweaked in the patch in a particularly funny way, so I'm going to be I'm very interested in seeing how they fix it. Okay, so we're already done with green. It's a great puzzle. It is a good puzzle. So the frustrating part is that there's nothing in this area that kind of points you towards the map aside from these cars. So we've already got green down. That's 9. I'm using this for remote taking so I don't have to keep tapping. We're gonna do... let's do blue next. So blue is a little tougher. We got 3 water splotches here. And if you had done green first, you'd think, oh, just water. 1, 2, 3. That's not necessarily the answer. It's also buildings. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one's really easy to miss. It's all the way up here in the corner. 5. Blue is 5. So we're gonna stick 5 right here. That's our second one. Now we're gonna do yellow. This one's pretty easy. 1, 2, 3. This is one whole this one here. I'm gonna turn on my crosshair so I can better explain. There. Okay. So this one right here is one group. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I think there's a 5th one? No, it's just 4. There was one's particularly easy. Oh yeah, the phone booth also doesn't count because it's part of the mail booth. It's part of the post office. So we got 4 for yellow. So we're gonna put this. We're gonna put yellow here. And then the last color is red, which is also a very particularly easy one. What tripped up people, I want to say, is this house right here. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. I'm wrong, by the way. It's not this house. It was actually the hospital right here. This one threw people off because there was only 2 splotches of red here. Now, our final number is 7. So, we have our 4 numbers. Locks not opening. That's fine. It just means that the numbers are oriented in a different way. So the orientation of the numbers is actually these cards from left to right: red, blue, green, yellow. So it would be 7, 4, 5, 9. Yep, 5, 4, 9. Oh, green, yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow. Right. Red. Me over here. Red, blue, green, yellow. Yellow is the blue. Okay. Sorry. I mixed 2 numbers up. That's my bad. 7594 is the answer to this puzzle. Now, what frustrated me was this map. There wasn't really anything telling me that this map was right here, or that these cards had any significance, and that's the whole reason why I was stuck in here for half an hour. What I was doing the whole time was trying to grab. I was trying to do this, crouching, grabbing this, and then pulling it through, but there's not a clear line of sight for the light, so you can only get it so close. This was what I was doing for like half an hour before I gave up. I was like, okay, what do I need to do? And you can't pull it while it's not lit up. You need the light on for that. And you can't pull it from here because the gate's up, so it obscures your ability to pull that light. So we're gonna pop this light here. We're gonna open this. I spent half an hour just trying to pull that light, and then I'm not gonna do it because I'm gonna have to start this whole section over. But I did at one point think, what if I stuck this barrier in this gate? Would that stop it? Because I thought back to the puzzle of, I thought back to the block puzzle where I had to block the door with a block. That was not what happened. What happened was the barrier got stuck in the gate and clicked through it. And that unfortunately led to the issue of, that unfortunately led to the issue of me not being able to pull the barrier back out. So I sent that screenshot and I know, and one of the devs like, at this point you're doing this on purpose. Let's keep this light on. Yeah, this puzzle's a great one. It forces you to think outside the box, but was this the hint? Was this like the actual? I gotta know. I have to know. want to know. I'm asking right now. There's great puzzle. I did like having to think outside the box and then count and be like, okay. I did not like that I had to ask for help to even be pushed in the right direction of this map. I feel like there is a puzzle hint here somewhere for this map, but it wasn't entirely obvious. It was either this multicolored fish book or these cars, which I think naturally should have been like, oh, cars here, Matt. I feel like the intention was, oh, there's Hot Wheels here. Oh, hey, it's one of those Hot Wheels mats from when I was a kid. Maybe that has something to do with it. I think that was their intent with the thought process, and it just kind of didn't work out the way they wanted it to, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I would like to point out yellow tape. Controversial little thing, but things like this, where the vast majority of users kind of get frustrated with it, is kind of why yellow tape exists. I'm sure if I was a little more awake last night and actively looking at this and sat and thought for a minute, I would eventually figure it out. But a vast majority of people probably didn't notice it or made the connection. Because I didn't make the connection when I first did this puzzle. I need the help. It's... I'll stop this again. Back to... Right, yellow paint thing. A lot of people complain about yellow paint. However, these are also the same people that may not have figured out a certain direction to go if the yellow paint had not been there. They say it's insulting to their intelligence. And if it's implemented in a specific way, yes, it can be very insulting to one's own intelligence. There are many games that implement a yellow tape way. It's always been like that. And it just wasn't necessarily bright yellow paint. Bright yellow paint isn't necessarily something that everybody does. It's one that a lot of more recent games do. And what people don't tend to realize is when you're going through QA testing, you want to make sure that everybody's able to get through the game as comfortably as possible. Now, there are solutions to the forced yellow paint. One thing I've seen mentioned many times is a toggle for it. Which is a good thing. Which is a pretty good idea. A toggle for yellow paint. Actually, I believe that's what this setting technically is supposed to be. Is a yellow paint setting. Like, oh, do you want hints for the puzzle, or do you want to figure it out on your own? That I think is what the point of this is. I'm gonna turn this back on to reflective, which is good, actually. That is a very neat way of handling it in case people want to figure it out on their own. Other times it's like, it's little... I explained this in the Subliminal server too. And I think somebody agreed with me on it. It's not always necessarily yellow paint. Yellow paint's one of the more egregious examples and is what everybody complains about. Another thing would be little details like a light, something else to point you towards that makes your brain look towards it and go, what's this over here? Can I check it out? Can I do anything with it? Is this a way forward? little details, maybe a splash of color, maybe, like I said, a white, maybe a sign, something that kind of stands, that doesn't necessarily stand out like a big bright sign that says right here, look here, but one that stands out just enough for our mind to subconsciously gravitate towards it. If that makes any sense at all. Like subtle pushes like that where our brain notices it and it's like, hey, look over there, maybe that's something.
No, what are you doing? I told you to stay put.
Yeah, subtle hints. This chase scene was the most annoying one out of all of them. Okay, we're gonna turn here. Hello. And now we're gonna start running, and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try and do this in one go. Do not mind the upcoming graphical glitch. I really hope it's fixed. I really hope Jerry sees the glitch. I know I sent a video of it already in the server, but I'm really hoping that if he's still watching, he does see it and knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because it does kind of obscure vision and get in the way while you're running through here. This chase scene is... I keep getting caught on things, and then it's annoying, but it's not a game changer if you know what you're doing. This is... I forgot I have to kind of stop and wait. Can't tell you how many times I got thrown off my conveyor belt. No, I think there's like a red... Right, I think there's two red lights, and I think one of them... I think you can pull both down. But... Shit, ah! Okay. We're back. We got this. We can cook. We're not cooked. We're not chopped. I think both of them are gonna be pulled, but I only ever pulled one of them towards the end because I couldn't get the other one down. Wait. You gotta kind of adjust here because you'll get thrown off otherwise. Which, yeah, a little frustrating, but once you figure it out, it's not super bad. This I kind of didn't like, right here. Your gaze being forced into a direction. Especially when you're like me and in the middle of like running really fast to get away. I'm gonna get even because I kept grounding. Here, it's gone. Now this is what... Where'd he go? Bye! Now you can see that some of these are solid, but a lot of these you kind of click through. And I don't know if that's intentional or if it's an actual visual glitch, but it does get in the way quite a bit in the sense of obscuring vision if you're going fast enough. But there's no real way to tell if something is solid or if it's pass-throughable. You kind of just have to hope and see. You kind of just have to walk through and hope you actually walk through it. I'm gonna jump down here. We're gonna turn around and we're gonna run all the way back here. There. Pull that down. Here's our big entity. Okay, I just got a DM from Jerry. The way the way I got through that puzzle was not the intended way. So that might explain why I had all of those like clipping. That's great. So, either so not only did I find a way around the puzzle, I think I also found like a little graphical glitch because of that, or it's an unintended side effect of me finding my way around it. So I'm very okay. Yeah, so the graphical glitches I had are an unintended side effect, which tracks. I cannot believe I broke a puzzle. That's beautiful. Okay, this is very great game. I love this game. It's beautiful. I haven't had this for really 4 hours. Huh. Okay. Let me check Steam. I don't think they put out the update yet because I don't have a notice, but okay. Okay. So what do we have here? Okay, we have 2 alternate paths. Now I don't remember the last part. We're gonna load it from here. We'll have to go through all that again. And we're gonna go check out the alternate paths. And then I'll do the erase ending. I'll do the switch ending after that. The ending's called erase and figure out why. I do like that there are alternate paths. Like if you know the puzzles. Oh, I can't get through here just yet.
It looks like we have diverted slightly. There seems to have been a minor error. But not to worry. Please direct your attention over to the green illuminated exit sign hanging over the stairs. We have maintenance to tend to and far brighter memories to experience. Let's get going.
Quick. Turn around.
It would seem we inadvertently drifted into a section of our memory that our mind has chosen to set aside. Our mind does this occasionally To protect us from
Yes.
memories and experiences it deems rather non-essential. Think of it as a sort of cognitive guardrail, designed to keep us seated firm. Caleb, please, no, not there. This isn't where we need to go. Why don't we go back up the stairs, back to all the fun?
Okay, this is the next area. So this is where, and when I found this area and went through this door, this is where like all my theories started to form, because the narrator slash your subconscious very clearly did not want you going this way. So it got me thinking, why is that the case? Okay, while this ad break is running, I'm gonna do this puzzle, because this is a relatively easy puzzle. If I can remember how to do this puzzle. Okay, open that door. I'll go through here. Oh, I think I messed up. Did I? Did I self fuck myself? Oh wait, no, I didn't. I was just dumb. I only need one line. There's a solution here. The solution is here. I'm just a little dumb bitch baby. Poor Jerry. He's watching me like it all turn around despite the fact I've already cleared this entire game. Am I missing a light? Right. We a little slow here. We a little dumbfounded. That was again me being a dumb little bitch baby. We solved the puzzle. I was stupid. Welcome back, chat. Bug. I really hope I don't run into that bug that person experienced. Can't open that door. Oh, two. Another neat little detail is how the button changes color. The light changes color as you go down. I initially hit the up button, thinking I have to go up, but I was wrong. This time it's orange. It's orange this time. Down again. So I only got stop blocks here. I couldn't like keep going down the elevator. It was weird. I'm not flipping. I'm just flipping. Wait. This was my favorite little snippet. Again, things like that, it makes me feel like there's a reason the narrator / conscious is just trying to keep you away from these areas. Something happened. Bad memories and the like. I cannot see. I cannot hear. I have no mouth. I should scream. Boop. Oh, I was told that there was a puzzle here related to the fridge magnets. So I have a picture of my fridge magnets. Let me put them in and see what we get. We got orange, blue, yellow. Oh, I'm dumb. We got orange, blue, red, red. Ah, maybe it's a different one. It's got orange, green. This one also, it sort of doesn't give you any directions. The only reason why I know this one is because it's in the demo. Yellow, red, blue, red, yellow, orange, green. Or is it blue, red, yellow, green, orange? Blue, red, yellow, green, orange. Blue, red, yellow, green, orange. Devs already know this, and they are going to implement it in the future. I think. Maybe. Actually, I'm not gonna say because I don't know if I'm allowed to say. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. But I have no reach, and I must. Ooh, broken. I don't know. There isn't technically an indicator that the slides were related to the puzzle. However, you could make an inferred guess that it was related because the slides are the same colors as the buttons. So that one actually is pretty easy to figure out. Go this way, that's a void. Run away. I could have sworn there was a generator puzzle here. the slide we go. Napa laugh. That was absolutely the Five Nights at Freddy's laugh. You know the one I'm talking about. Freddy Fazbear's little laugh in FNAF 1. I like that. Neat little detail. Something wrong down here. I'm gonna glaze the visual. Hold on. I'm gonna take a moment and glaze these visuals. These visuals are top notch. Aburase got it immediately, but that's only because he saw footage of the game. But I had sent a couple of screenshots to a few other people. Not this, because this would have given it away. But like the images I sent in the server before leading up to the stream. I sent some of those images to a few other friends of mine, and I think aside from Aburase, nobody could figure out that they were taken from Subliminal, like the game, because of how realistic they looked. And I think that is incredible. Yeah. Like, if you didn't know better, and nobody really told you, and there wasn't any like indication that these were obviously not real places, you would think that this was probably some random liminal photo taken in some abandoned mall or something. That's how good the graphics are. Am I like perpetually stuck on a travel? Ah! I'm perpetually stuck in a crouching state. Oh, yeah. Hold on, dude. This light right here. So this is another little I think this is a little secret. I like this guy. I don't know what he is, but I like him. He's very cute. I wonder if he's a slug. I don't know what he is. He looks pretty cute. Son, little guy. But okay. We've got. I don't know if anybody had noticed this in the server. Oh, he's a snail. He looked kind of like a cute little slug to me. Oh, you know what? I don't have my flashlight, so I couldn't see the shell. Okay. I don't know if anybody noticed this. I didn't see anybody really mention it in server, but a lot of these letters are capitalized. This R, this O, two T's, E, and an N. That all spells rotten. Which all of them have this. All of the cubbies have those same letters spelled. So mini generators. One of them's up here on this slide. And the cubby theme I noticed yesterday when I was looking around a play place because I wanted to catch a couple of photos before I started going in depth and doing bug testing. And before I started going in depth and like playing the game, enjoying it, maybe finding bugs, which apparently I found quite a bit. I did quite a bit of damage. I think I have a knack for just breaking things. This one's neat. Like, oh, you're looking here, and there's nothing. Okay, this door should now be open. Yeah. Okay, now I already have the colors, and the numbers written down for this. So I'm gonna pull my notes up and just rush past here. But this one, it doesn't seem like this one has an indicator. It does. It's just not here. And you'll see what I mean by that. These colors are important. I am not falling that. I'm not falling that. I'm not falling for that 6th time. I found out now so many times. Okay. We gotta crouch here. Okay, so I really hope you can't hear me through the mic. Purple, cyan, purple, white. So that would be 6. For the colors on the wall are the indicator. The colors on the wall are the indicator, and that's actually a really clever way of doing it, because then it makes you go, oh, those colors are important, and you have to backtrack. That's neat. I like the way that puzzle. Oh!
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I was getting quite worried there for a minute. It seems whatever you experienced back there distracted you and triggered you to jump to a rather unpleasant series of entirely fabricated memories. If you see anything like that again, please immediately turn away and pay absolutely no attention to it.
Fabricated.
We have a purpose here, and quite a full itinerary ahead of us. Let's get going.
Fabricated, yeah. Ooh, cameras.
Caleb, I'd like to introduce you to our patent-pending emotional maintenance and diagnostic regulation system. This incredibly sophisticated system of cameras, barriers, and interconnected thought processes has now been successfully reinstated after nearly a full year of retirement.
Ooh.
This, of course, is due to your unexpected inability to focus.
Oh, your unexpected inability to follow
If you want
directions.
to come across something unpleasant feeling again, or possibly anything related to the inescapable dread of rotting past memories, please immediately turn away from whatever it is and focus solely on this wonderfully complex and overarching safety system.
Complex and overarching. It's important. I love how he just told you in a really nice and polite way that you have an issue with following directions. He very much said this security system is in place because you cannot listen to me at all. So I think that's pretty funny. Meet Walter.
Welcome to Walter. Not just a cute red balloon, but an integral and fundamental part of our childhood. I'm sure you remember the countless times he's personally helped lift up our spirits after a rather long day. In a moment, you'll get to actually hold her. Excuse me. Let's move on.
I don't know. Who could this her be? Could it possibly be Liddy? I wonder if we could actually pop Walter on accident. Because he does mention that Walter is particularly fragile. I don't think you can, but I think it would be really, really funny if you could. And with the narrator just going, "What have you done?" I don't know. I personally think it'd be a little funny. Oh, wait. He is a snail. I don't think it was a slug.
Oh, Caleb, what are you doing? Wonderful. We've made it to the play case. Everything here has been tirelessly tested and is guaranteed
There.
to be
See, it's here again.
safe.
Running. Completely safe, he says. I saw somebody write about that line. How the narrator says that this area is completely safe and tested and whatever. Without taking into account that not only is the narrator a
The fun
fragment of our own
perfect
consciousness,
stop on a joy-filled journey.
but also
It seems to be momentarily
has proven himself to be an unreliable
Given your
narrator.
proclivity for resolving unexpected challenges, I'm sure you can figure it out.
I don't know if they realized that or if it was just like a little nitpick about inconsistency with the way the game feels, but it is made very clear if you pay attention to his dialogue that your narrator, your consciousness, he's unreliable. You can't really trust him. At least that's what I think. He's proven consistently that you can't really trust him in certain scenarios. He gets frustrated when you don't do things exactly as he plans it. Has increasingly without those little signs of frustration, or has like his own emotions get better at him. I like it. Narrator's a wonderfully little complex person. Consciousness? I don't know. This is true. People don't like that their minds can absolutely be inaccurate. I've got one more, and I don't remember it. Up here, maybe? Oh, right. Oh, do I have to climb down it? Oh, that's gone through it. Okay. Okay. We should turn off ads. I was missing one. I know which one I'm missing. What's this one? There's an achievement for breaking these cameras, so I gotta figure out how to do that. I wonder if it has something to do with the Nerf gun. And if it's something to do with the Nerf gun, that's gonna have to be later on. Up here. Binary done.
Wonderful. Excellent work, Caleb.
That was like the first time I've heard that noise. So I think the startling is
I'm
more
just
off.
popping in to let you know.
Don't be afraid to have
some fun. We're here to collect joy after all. Go let loose, jump around, knock something over. Just make sure you do all of that inside our carefully constructed maintenance path.
Oh. Yeah, physics. Whoopee, physics. Alright, this time we are going to deal with the chasing. Because this is another split path. So this is another split path, so we are going to deal with the chasing this time. Off we go. Through here. Past these. Push through these doors. Past these. Jump. And I fell. Oops. I originally thought that I wasn't supposed to complete this chasing. Because of how many times I've failed. I was like, is this just not a passable chasing? Okay. Comes around. Oh, I was not fast enough. I ran too far forward. We got this. We got this. No time's the time. I've done this chasing. Going. Drop. Forward. 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 Left turn. Through here. Off we go. I think we got it. Yeah! Yippee! We did it! Yippee! Woohoo! I'm so happy about this information. If this door can open, there's something here. Something important? Fragile. Maybe it's Italian. Dinamite. This one confused me a little because I forgot how the purple light worked. Please make Maki with me? Oh, she already did. It's on my TikTok. It's on my TikTok. TikTok is the same name, by the way. You could be too. Doink. Right here. Watch, I'm gonna fall. Woo! I did not. I thought I had to jump here. And then I saw this purple light. And I'm like, oh. I'm a little slow. Hello, creepy ass clock. Walter, my pal. My buddy. What's up? This way. Walter, my buddy, my pal. Come on, come with me. Doink. Door open. No, door down here. No? Dang. That's okay.
Ah, there we are. It seems you got a bit distracted back there. Before we continue, I should remind you that these intrusive thoughts and their accompanying feelings of loneliness, guilt, and existential dread are in fact not real and bear no truth or substance whatsoever. So please, if you do see anything like that again, immediately turn away and forget entirely about its existence. Now, let's move over to a different memory.
Alright. Well, I should be here for a bit.
No, please. This place isn't quite ready yet. Please immediately disregard whatever feelings caused you to come here. No.
Phoebe. I love the way those sound. This way. This way. This way. I'm following the black goo. I don't know about you, but this black goo looks really interesting, so I'm following the black goo. This room. It was also pretty hard for a few people. Smile. Oh, we got more. We got more. We got a good pupper. A good kitty. Another good kitty. What's that pupper? A pupper. Pupper? I can't tell, it's too dark. Anyways. Hi! Hello, Josh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my name is Yuku. I am a future era themed VTuber. I'm currently playing through Subliminal. It's a pretty good game.
Please immediately find something else to focus on.
No.
All right. You remember that little game we played? Yes, the one
Okay.
with the doors. Remember
Yes,
that?
I do remember.
Just do that again.
No.
I'll begin to reorient onto a...
You know, pupper?
Everything will be fine.
Kitty cat. Knock. This fight's actually this section's actually kind of stressful. So we're actually probably not gonna do the next ending after this because it's a stressful one. And which times that it's really hard.
Caleb, stop!
Unfortunately, it seems your focus has become fundamentally unstable. But please rest assured, we've again come entirely for the
Thanks to our patent-pending emotional maintenance and diagnostic regulation system,
we have everything under control. You might now notice that 2 illuminated light switches located conveniently in the hall and kitchen doorways. These switches have just now been installed and successfully...
What the f...
Total hopelessness, please immediately flip the switch in the associated door to toggle the protocol. Most importantly, please stay firmly within the walls of this room and refrain from toggling the protocol unless absolutely necessary. I'll be back momentarily.
Where is it? The store? Nope, it was that one. Game.
All right. You remember that little game we played? Yes.
If I die too much, I'm gonna turn up the
again.
gamma because that's how I got through
begin
this
to
last time.
reorient onto a...
This was kind of really hard to hear.
Caleb, stop!
Unfortunately, it seems your focus has become fundamentally unstable.
Actually, I'm gonna turn up the gamma over there. This room does get pretty dark. No, 6. Bright enough to see.
Please rest assured, we've again
Not bright
come
enough
to
to.
Thanks to our patent pending emotional maintenance and diagnostic regulation system, we have everything under control. You might now notice that 2 illuminated light switches located conveniently in the hall and kitchen doorways. These switches have just now been installed and successfully connected up to our failsafe erasure protocol. Should you see anything in the kitchen or hall that strikes you with feelings of guilt, fear, or utter and total hopelessness, please immediately flip the switch in the associated doorway to toggle the protocol. Most importantly, please stay firmly within the walls of this room and refrain from toggling the protocol unless absolutely necessary. I'll be back momentarily.
Woo, that was close.
No! 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 What are you doing? Turn the TV off! You're ruining it! This is all your...
I gotta turn on the. Sorry. I know I'm quiet. I have to hear. I can't hear over my talking. Okay, I need this on. So I mean, here's the little fucker running around. It's stuck. Keep doing this. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good now. Another one? No. Can I open this one? No. Can I open this one? No. Beep. Secret. I don't quite. I haven't quite figured out yet. See you now. Oh, bullshit. Oh, okay. Cleaning supplies. Boxes. That's locked. No, that's locked. That can't open. This can't open. I feel like there's a secret here. Oh, here we go. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, door. Spooky room with door. Ending. Rotten. Oh yeah, we got... two more. I don't know what this overgrown one could mean. So we have a thread here. There's a way to get one of these doors open. I know there is. There's one more path. There's a path leading into the bounty house. Into the bounty house. That path doesn't really matter. This path leads to a specific ending, and I don't think I can get that ending without a without an item. I don't remember where it is. We'll look from here and see if we can't find a path.
Just in time, aren't we? A bit close for comfort, but we made it. I suppose now would be a great time to continue our discussion on those precautions that we skipped over earlier. You see, sometimes our mind can be a bit eccentric and imagine little scenarios that can get a tad dark. But these little intrusions are actually harmless and completely made up. Just like when you're at a crosswalk and have the sudden urge to step into oncoming traffic. You'd never actually do it, of course, but those thoughts are there nonetheless. Just little tangents our mind runs off with to entertain itself. They're not the most pleasant of memories, though, so for our purposes here, as we fill up our memory meter, it's best we stay away and set our focus on the joy-filled parts of our mind.
Is this a... room you can enter? I don't remember where it is. If it's not here, then it's earlier. Or it's like later on in the area. Safeguard, that's fine. Because there's a couple of items that we need before we can do this. No, I don't think it's here. I think it's earlier. Or later.
Ah, it looks like we're here. Welcome back to the water.
Oh, yeah. It's later. Here maybe? In the path back to the bounce house? We're gonna try here, see if we can't find it in the path back to the bounce house. I know it's somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Oh, it's here somewhere. Aha! Found it. That should be a collectible. Yes. Okay. Overgrown's the one that I don't know about. I don't know if you're still here, Jerry. If you could DM me like a little hint to like shoot towards the right direction for that collectible, that would be great. I want to see if I can get all the collectibles straight. Hey, here's another fridge. Why can't I interact with these fridges? Let me see if I can. Whatever. We're gonna do this. Oh! What's that? I'm sure there's something I'm missing for the collectible. something tells you that fridge has more secrets. Because that fridge is a recurring theme. I'm gonna play this game now. This is kind of fun. Oh, okay. Woo! Gross. Okay, it's only when he's popped and when he's inflated. Okay. We got this. We can do. We can do this. We can do this. We got it. That fridge may have more. Oh nope! I'm gonna hit it. Yep. We got this. We got this. We can do this. We can do this. I've done this before. We go. Yeah. Oh. Make sure that's the bottom. Block them up. Go down. Woo! Oh, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We've hit 1100. Oh. What the hell was that? I have never seen that before. What the hell was that? Oh. 2018. Why is it such a specific number? Also, I don't think we know how old Caleb is. Now we go. Oh. Oh, it's good. Keep going. It's getting faster. Oh, tickets. Alright. Okay, we got it. Oh. Eject. Right here. Let me get started. This
Just in time, aren't we? A bit close for comfort, but we made it.
Oh, that's off the
I
break.
suppose now would be a great time to continue our discussion on those precautions that we skipped over earlier. You see, sometimes our mind can be a bit eccentric and imagine little scenarios that can get a tad dark. But these little intrusions are actually harmless and completely made up. Just like when you're at a crosswalk and have the sudden urge to step into oncoming traffic. You never actually do it, of course, but those thoughts are there nonetheless. Just little tangents our mind runs off with to entertain itself. They're not the most pleasant of memories, though, so for our purposes here, as we fill up our memory meter, it's best we stay away and set our focus on the joy-filled parts of our mind. Ah, it looks like we're here. Welcome back to the Waterworks. All right, not to worry. Our mind is just having a bit of fun. Why don't you take a look around and find a way to get this unlocked? I'll be right here, silently cheering you on.
It's yum 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 yum. Just a regular old arcade game. Skee-ball. A trip down memory lane. So, okay. There's one more secret and one more ending to get, and we can actually do that fairly fast. I guess as we're getting this last secret collectible out, I can at least give my thoughts on it. When I initially started playing the betas, it very much was a walking simulator liminal space game. There was a entity of sorts in the betas, but we never really knew what he looked like.
I see you've seen.
Why am I saving place? No, I'm saving place. And what is it? Oh, it's not necessarily a thing you can like do. I forget what I am talking about. Oh, secret. It's not necessarily like a there's more secrets out there that I am being told of. There we go. That's what I meant to say. And this next ending is actually a pretty fast one to get done. From what I am seeing and what I've searched up, the answer to this next one is 4 letters. Apple. Lace. I feel like I'm not in the right spot. There's a way. Oh, fine. Mm-hmm. Well, now I just have infinite ammo. Let me see if I can... Let's see if I can find a way to nudge myself in the right direction. This is getting kind of... Okay, well... We're gonna go through this as normal. Plug that in. Five. 25.
I'm sure it's nothing. Here.
Alright, alright. I think I'm pointing in the right direction. It's something
It
in this
seems we
room.
unfortunately don't have as much time as I'd hoped. We'll need to pop over to a different happier memory
Because
rather soon.
I do remember
I
being
imagine
told
you're
that the
feeling a
third
bit
collectible
unsettled.
was... I do
Please
remember
don't
seeing the
worry.
new
These
collectible
knocks
was
are
in the
just
demo
little
as well.
intrusive thoughts. They're not real in any capacity, only little flickers of our imagination. And it looks like we're going to play a little precautionary game. Quite a simple one, really. Just listen to the doors on either side of this room, and if one starts to creep open, hurry over and close it. Just a little game of focus. You've got this.
Let's do it. Open door. Open, check, close. Open, check, close. Open, check, close. Open, close. We don't need the same one. Oh, I guess I could turn on the gamma. Because it is a little bright. Open, close. Open, close.
It appears your focus is ever so slightly slipping. To prevent us from slipping any further, please ensure this memory stays fully and entirely illuminated.
Close. 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 I hit that clock. That clock's creepy. Open this. Close this door. Close this door. Turn on this light. Close this door. Close this door. Turn on the light over here. Close this door. Close this door.
Wonderfully done, Caleb.
Awesome.
Unfortunately, it appears this memory is still exhibiting signs of unpleasantness, discomfort, and existential dread. So, rather than dealing with all this mess now, why don't we take a stroll around and try to focus on something else?
Right here, we can. Woo! It consumes. Oh! I guess that was a collectible. Okay.
Oh, Caleb, what are you doing?
And now we're gonna run through this next part fairly fast. Because we don't really need a whole lot of setup for it. Down this way, what's a lovely painting?
Oh, what a lovely painting.
I completely missed out their collectible the first time around.
Here we are. Welcome to our memory of the waterworks. It looks like you've left something on the floor.
It looks like you've left something on the floor. This is our memory meter.
Caleb, you found it. This is our memory meter. It tracks all those perfect little pockets of joy we experience and stores them for us. The more we explore, the more we focus on all that joy, the more this meter will fill. When the meter's full, well, that means we've successfully re-experienced all the joy that memory has to offer. And we can move on. No need to rush. Just keep your eyes open. This joy has always been here. We're simply remembering how to see it.
Now we're waiting for this to finish.
Wonderful. We've got our first few ticks on our memory meter.
Let's check and do it again now. Because there's an in-game achievement we need. Aha! Cool. We're gonna do this again. Whee! There we go. Yeah, look at now we can erase this tube and keep going. Now, I think this and saving this next ending for last is a really, really good way to end the stream. Only because we'll figure out really, really, really soon. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We gotta run through a couple things first.
Caleb, what are you doing?
Okay.
You see,
Muck.
this is precisely the muck I'd spoken of earlier. Old, rotten, much like that sandwich you'd left forgotten in the back of your fridge. There's no real danger to it, of course, but it is unfortunately quite unpleasant. Certainly not the kind of thing we want crowding this lovely memory. Why don't you get this washed off? Ah, yes, all right. That's quite enough. You unfortunately seem to be still somewhat distracted. Wonderful choice, Caleb.
Jumping down. Wait. There we go. Now I just pop up immediately. Alright. As you do this, I'll finish wrapping up my thoughts. Like I was saying before, the early betas did point to this game being very, very liminal. I am a little. I'm gonna take off my. It go from this thing. Hold on. I am a little
Inverted slightly.
disappointed
There seems to be
that.
a minor error, but not to worry. Please direct your attention over to the green illuminated exit sign hanging over the stairs. We have maintenance.
I am a little. If I could get my thoughts together, I am a little disappointed that the original mission of the game didn't stay, because it was a very interesting diversion from the standard Backrooms games where there was always like an entity. This one didn't feel like it had an entity, although it may have had one from the start. It just felt like there was this unsettling presence. And that presence is and that presence was always like just out of our reach. So it was definitely. I am so tired of Squirt doing that. What the hell? Screw that. Lost my train of thought because this Discord clipping shit pissed me off. It was very much a different take on the Backrooms, and I was really looking forward to seeing the what Sven initially wanted the game to be like. I do hear that we have an archives thing coming relatively soon, so that I'm looking forward to. Maybe we'll see some of the levels that didn't make the final cut, like a couple of the beta levels that I played while the game was still working, while they were still working through some stuff. It is very understandable that a lot of us who had been patrons from the start and had been following the game from the start, it's natural for us to be a little disappointed. Specifically because we had waited 5 to 6 years for this game, and we had an entirely different idea of what it was going to be like than what it had turned out to be. A lot of people said that their experiences were soured by it. I didn't mind, because it's still a game that sets itself apart from the other, like, I guess it's not mascot horror because this isn't technically he's not technically a mascot, Smiley, but he did set himself apart with it did set itself apart with just the atmosphere and how it seems to be poking into our own memories of how things just aren't quite right and how we tend to remember things that are more comforting to get away from those unpleasant things. Like those feelings of nostalgia help keep us from completely losing our minds, so to say. I'm really looking forward to episode 2 because well, this seems to be a nice little look into how trauma works and how the mind can sometimes force us to not remember unpleasant things. It kind of blocks us off. Albert Einstein put it pretty well, how he sent me an article how like our psyche will create this sort of like scary little ghost to ensure that we to keep us from remembering things that aren't super great. And my experience is just to be straight up not remembering traumatic events all that well. It's all like a little blur to me. I'm lost. It's a great concept. I think if everything had worked out the way that Accidental had planned it to, the reception would be better. Because I feel like a lot of the reception with the patrons specifically and how they were super disappointed, they came from a very long wait, and the hype that inevitably stems from that. You tell yourself that a game's going to be absolutely worth the wait, and then if it doesn't meet your expectations, you're immediately disappointed. A lot of people felt that way with Metroid Prime 4. A lot of people were very upset with the way that game turned out after waiting for almost 15 years for it to come out. So that's a little. I guess I can draw a little comparison with that. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because the team has absolutely acknowledged that there are things they could have or may have done better. I'm missing a cable. But they're gonna take all of that feedback and use it to improve the game even further. Another thing that I have seen fairly often, I guess, is people tend to look to their favorite streamers before making their opinions. We've already had 2 streamers already completely bash the game. Queso I mentioned before, and then I think XQC also played it on launch. I do not believe either of them particularly liked the game, and they both had gotten fairly frustrated while going through all the puzzles, which is understandable. A lot of these puzzles could have used some work or could have been made a little bit clearer. I'm hoping this patch actually fixes that and brings it closer to what I don't want to say should have been, because the way it is right now is still pretty good. I guess, bring it to a more enjoyable state for the general public. If that makes any sense at all. Sorry, I have the narrator off because I'm giving my phone my thoughts while I'm going through all this. Again, I need to reiterate that by no means is the game bad. It's a very good game. It's not something for everybody. The focus on puzzles, definitely, I can see why that would turn people away. As I don't think a lot of people were particularly expecting a a light-based puzzle game instead of a Subliminal, like, little walking simulator with some puzzles scattered in between, or like some tense moments. I don't think anybody was really expecting that when they were following the game. Which I would like to say they did a very good job of keeping that a secret. It was a pleasant surprise that it was going to be mostly light-based and puzzles. There's room for improvement. I will say that there is definitely room for improvement, things they could improve upon. But overall, for not only a debut indie game, but an indie game that's trying to stand out from the rest of these backrooms games and be different in the genre, they did a very, very good job. God, every time. So I am definitely looking forward to what they do next. I am a tad bummed out about the potential wait for episode 2, but I am an indie dev myself with a game that's sitting on the back burner because of some internal issues. I do not mind waiting, because I do understand that with a small team like this, even with a publisher backing them with funding, game dev is still quite difficult. So, and I have seen that they said that the next episode will be more horror focused rather than puzzles. So that is something that I am very excited to see. I'm also being told that I'm also being told that the puzzles will be that's football, I hear you. That there will be more story to it, which is also very nice to hear. There's story here. You just kind of gotta look for it. So, a lot of the complaints I've also seen is that there isn't a concrete story. There is. What it is that people aren't used to the way that the story is being told. I want to use Poppy Playtime as an example, but I absolutely despise that game. It doesn't do it well. It's a lot of environmental storytelling. Little things that you notice as you play the game, as you explore. If you interact with something and doing things in a certain way, experimenting, fiddling around, messing with stuff, looking to see, pressing the interact button over and over again, you may find something that you can interact with. And in that particular instance, it is very much... and it's very much environmentally... It very much has an environmental storytelling feel to it. In the way that you do kind of have to pay attention to what things are doing, to what you're doing, to how the environment reacts, to how in particular the narrator reacts when you do things that he doesn't expect. The little subtle hints in his voice and how he's getting increasingly how he's increasingly trying to push you onto a predetermined path. All of these little things can make you
To our alternate destination.
draw conclusions and make like these hypotheses and these little theories on how things are going until everything comes together. And I really, really hope that if episode 2 is truly the last episode, it does bring all of those little threads that we've been seeing in this game together and packages it all nice and neat while still leaving it up to interpretation. I think that would be really nice. I have no clue if that makes sense. I really hope it does. This is our last ending. You'll see it even more here. I have the feeling all of these endings aren't particularly endings, but specifically connected. I feel like all of these endings are connected. They're part of a bigger picture. Oh, this isn't the end of this particular route, but it is part of the overarching story. Oh, forgot his sleep. Something unorthodox. Jumping? Whee! Now, I will say, it is the 2005 to he was born in 05. This brother is 21 years old. I will say that the launch was kind of messy. I do not believe they expected that. You never really expect a launch to go messy. You also don't really expect a lot of people to not enjoy your game. It can be very discouraging pouring so much love into a game that you've been working on for as long as they have. Why is 2016's plate is missing? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Maybe this is important for later. It is discouraging, and I do like that the dev team isn't letting all of the negativity get to them. A couple of them have made a few lighthearted jokes about the streamers who didn't like it, which is fine. It's great. I love seeing that they're joking around and keeping positive while all of this negativity and all the negative reviews just keep pouring in. Because it tells me that they have a vision and they intend to stick to it no matter what anybody else or what the general audience feels like, because they know that there will be at least one person that sees this game, plays it, and enjoys it for what it is. Which is honestly all you can really ask for as a dev.
What? How did you get here?
We got TV screens. We got this. Memory meter. Arcade. These are all different memories. And this we need to open.
Caleb, whatever you're doing, stop it.
White.
Think of all the wonderful things you could be experiencing right now. Imagine that winding, lazy river in the waterworks, or the play place, and all the wonderful... Well, I'm sure it was something pleasant.
He's forgetting. Ooh. That's what the erase is. Overall, game's good. It's not perfect, but no debut game ever is. And no game ever is perfect. Unless of course it's Twilight Princess, in which case you are always perfect.
Caleb, please, let's get back to our maintenance. We have so much to do. So many memories waiting to wander off in. Just give me a moment to remember.
Like, it's a great game. I love it. I love the atmosphere. The sound design team. I'm gonna glaze the sound again. The audio again. The work that the sound team did on this game is top notch. The little I've mentioned this to Jerry already. There are a couple of places where I think needs either some improvement in the audio or just like little things added. Like the play place could use a little bit of background music so that it isn't so quiet and eerie. I think a little bit of background music would make the play place that much more unsettling, as it would sound like it is active and it is running aside from the funnel meter. And that it's how you remembered it. It wouldn't, not necessarily clear background music, but enough for you to know that there used to be music playing in the area. But you can't quite grasp what the song was or how it sounded. If that makes sense.
Wait. No, not everything.
Please, Caleb, this isn't what I meant. I can find another way. I can. Please, no.
And crash. I say crash, but it's not a crash. That's actually where we're gonna... This is why I wanted this to be our last ending, because it does just completely close out the game. So I can just move over here and not have to worry about it. I'm gonna... Okay, so... Great game. Again, needs improvements. I will be playing through the new patch once they push it out. I am looking forward to the archives. I was under the impression that we were getting it on launch, and I was pretty sure that we were supposed to get it on launch. Although, from what I'm hearing, that didn't happen for reasons unknown that we'll probably hear about more later this week. So we'll see. Understandably, a lot of people are upset that they have to wait for episode 2. That's fine. It happens. A lot of work went into episode 1. I don't think they initially intended it to be an episodic experience, but the workload got so big they had to break it up into chunks. Which happens. Yeah. It definitely happens. That's not a bad thing. It's better to break if you want to tell a full story, but you can't get it all done. It is better to break it up into chunks or like release them chapter by chapter. I don't know how well the wait is going to go over this time. People were very, very upset throughout the development process and were calling the game a scam and everything else, or like thought the game didn't actually exist and they would just use it to collect money and then run off. Those of us who had Patreon access were under an NDA at the time to not reveal anything from the betas. And even after the demo released, I don't think we were supposed to release the beta footage anyways. I think a couple of people did. I never did. I was very, very... I looked at the NDA and was like, I'm going to respect this because I get it. It's not indicative of the final product, and I wouldn't want whatever is shown here to be what people's first impressions are of the game. Especially since first impressions can be everything. And having a preconceived notion based on what you saw in clips that were released for a beta can sour the experience at the end. And I think if I also hadn't gone through that process of going through numerous betas for Nekoda, I would probably be in the same boat as a lot of the other patrons, where I would be extremely upset that what was shown in the beta didn't make it into the final cut. Like, nothing... I think one area made it into the final cut, and there was a very short snippet of that area in the beta. But it did make it into the final cut, and I believe it was a bedroom. The basement did make it into the final cut, and that is wonderful. But like I said, if I wasn't a game dev myself and I hadn't gone through that beta process with Nekoda, I probably would be upset with all the patrons, along with everybody else who had given money for the Patreon and had waited as long as I had. But I did go through that, so I have that perspective where I'm a little more understanding of how the process works and how things can change drastically from your initial beta to the final release. I know this is coming from somebody that hasn't fully released the game yet. That's not my fault. And from what I have read, from what I've been given by Azumi, what I've got out publicly from Nekoda is not what the final game is supposed to be. I'm working on something. I need to get back to working on my own little personal project behind the scenes. But the ideas change as you start to work on the game and your vision starts to come together. Sometimes you see it change entirely from what it was initially supposed to be. A really good example is Resident Evil 9. Now, actually, Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil 8 wasn't supposed to take place in the area it did. It wasn't even supposed to have Ethan in it. It was actually, I believe it was a game with Leon, and you were in Europe. It was either 8 or 7. You ended up in like this little like Venice-inspired city of water, and that was the setting. And we do have a little bit of like screenshots and stuff, but of course later down the line they changed it, likely based on feedback from Resident Evil 6 and how horribly it bombed. While it did meet sales expectations, the reception wasn't what they wanted. Resident Evil 9 was supposed to be a co-op game, similar to Resident Evil 6. That they did, the Capcom did divulge on that and did say that Resident Evil 9 was initially supposed to be a co-op game with Leon and another character, I believe Claire, maybe Grace, I don't remember. Leon was in it for sure. And their vision did change as they were going through. I think with 9, it changed for the better. I love 9. Requiem is a great way to wrap up the Raccoon City story. So, and it leaves me wondering what 10's going to be like and what this story DLC is going to be about. But the main point I'm making is that the visions can change. Sometimes they can change a little bit, so it's a little different from what we saw in previews, or it can change massively like it did with Subliminal, where it is an entirely different game than what was initially announced or teased, or what was in betas that people got to try. And it's a natural part of the game dev process. I enjoy Subliminal a lot, and I don't think I've found all the secrets So I'm gonna have to go through this game multiple times. I do want to try it on the Steam Deck to see how well it runs and give a nice, good review on that. See if I can help the devs tweak it for Steam Deck, because not a lot of people have. A lot of people have a PC that can handle it, but some people don't and rely on the Steam Deck to play their Steam games, which is great too. So being able to help them like see where the problem is with performance and all that would be great. I'm not part of this team at all, but if I was, I think I would be very proud of what we had done. Even if it isn't everybody's cup of tea, and even through all of the negative sentiment and feedback and all of these bad reviews and these streamers saying that they hate it and they don't like it, I think in the end I would be proud of what I had gotten done, and I really hope the devs are proud of what they have done, because there are people like me who have seen the game and enjoy it. I'm yapping too much. So I would like to point out that the settings I had for this game are the settings that they had used in the teaser trailers and all of the promo material and all of it. There is a higher resolution. Well, there's a higher setting called unreasonable. As its name implies, it is quite unreasonable. You really don't need them. I think it's just there for those who have the hardware and would like to see the game even better. But even on the high, the game is wonderfully realistic. Oh, my eyes bugging out. The atmosphere is there, and I hope that the patches only improve upon what we've gotten. But with that, I'm going to stop yapping and send you guys off into Void's stream. Here's our read message real quick. They are streaming... I got pushed into an ad. They are streaming Deadlock. You guys are probably gonna get pushed into an ad. So please bear with Void. They're cool. They play a lot of indie horror games or games that are viewed as bad. They're cool. I've chatted with them about Silent Hill a lot. But yeah, say hi to them. Be nice. Thank you for tuning in and listening to my incessant rambling about how much I love Subliminal. Like Monkey said, I'm blazing this game. It's a good game. It deserves all of the praise I'm giving, in my opinion. Even if other people don't believe it. So, I hope if you guys do end up picking up the game, you enjoy it as much as I did. I probably ruined a lot of the puzzles and a lot of the aha moments by going through it and talking about it. But I did want to stream it because this game was one I had been eagerly anticipating and waiting for from the start. And I'm very happy that I was able to get the chance to play it, not only in general, but also because I got a key from being a patron supporter. The game's $10. It's $10 on Steam. It's well worth the money. It's only $10. If you don't like it, you can always refund it. But you can also play the demo. Play the demo first, see if you like the way it runs. Other than that, I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.